Ladies and gentlemen, day 99 of the Russian invasion and the ninth year of the war by Russian Federation against Ukraine. My name is Andrii, and I'm welcome all the journalists that are communicating the truth about the Russia-Ukraine war. We will be talking about how we can improve the border crossing procedures on the Ukraine-Poland border. But first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Yurii Buchko, Deputy Head of Lviv Oblast Military Administration. Yurii, I have an urgent question because we know that yesterday the enemy inflicted a strike on the territory of Lviv region. You are right. Unfortunately, Lviv region was subjected to a missile strike, Sambir in 3 districts. Some of the railway infrastructure was damaged. You might know that 5 people were injured. 4 of them are in moderate condition. They were hospitalized in the local hospitals. The railway connection has already been restored, so the trains continue running. Can we state that the enemy is targeting the railway infrastructure deliberately? I think so, because recently it's been like that. To what extent are such airstrikes a threat for the transportation taking place in Lviv region? I cannot really say that there will be a threat to transportation, but there are delays. If we have a look at the current situation, there was a delay of about 8 hours for both cargo and passenger transportation, but the Ukrainian Railways company is doing everything possible to restore the connection as soon as possible, so the trains are running again. But let's veer back to the topic that is the primary interest of our briefing today. Since there's no air service, there's no sea transportation, there's more strain on the Ukraine-Poland border. How is Lviv region responding to this situation, and what are you planning to do in the future to increase the throughput capacity of the border crossing points in Lviv region? I would like to point out that Lviv region has been trying to increase the number of border crossing points for several years, so including on the Ukraine-Poland border. Last year and this year, we've been creating new border crossing points. Nizhankovichi is a potential new border crossing points. There's work in progress there right now, and in the near future, that border crossing point will be open. I visited that site yesterday. The Polish contracting company is doing the works, so we will have a joint border checkpoint for both the Ukrainian and Polish customs that will facilitate the border crossing procedures. In the past several years, we've been also giving thought to some potential border crossing points in the mountain area, like in Chervonograd region. We contacted our Polish counterparts, and we have already constructed, or we are constructing some new roads, Bobrka, Shanets, Belz in Chervonograd district. And there we want to construct some new border crossing points. In the context of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, some of the works were put on hold, including road construction works. But we need to continue living, we need to continue functioning under the current circumstances, and even under martial law, we have resumed some of the planned works. The Rava-Ruska border crossing checkpoint is in the works right now, because we want to make sure that our citizens will be able to freely cross the border. Practice of the first days of the war demonstrated that those people who do not have their own private vehicles want to cross the border by walking, and we have only one pedestrian border crossing point in the western section of the border. This is Serhii, and you might know that a lot of people cross the border on foot in the first days of the war. Upwards of 80% of Ukrainian citizens are striving for EU membership. We want to become an EU member. We want to fully integrate into the European community. And without sufficient border crossing points, we will not be able to claim this EU membership. We are also actively working on railway services, cargo transportation in the first place. We are designing all required documentation to build a narrow gauge railroad to the town of Rava-Ruska and then from there to the city of Lviv. The government is also crafting a concept for building a narrow gauge railroad from Mostyska to Lviv. From Herov, the situation is the same. The Polish counterparts have already developed a design. It's 7 kilometers to the border, and in the future they are planning to restore the railroad there, and then from Herov we will design a railroad to the border. This is 23 kilometers because we want to facilitate the transportation of both cargo and passengers. We have only one section of the narrow gauge railroad, which is in Mostyska region. I would like to engage Mr. Daniil Menshykov, acting head of Lviv Customs Office. I would like to revert to the topic of Rava-Ruska. Why is that pedestrian border crossing point so important? And should we view it in the context of this large program for increasing the number of border crossing points on the Ukraine-Poland border? Good morning, everyone. The construction of the pedestrian border crossing point at the Rava-Ruska International Road border checkpoint has resumed. The preparatory work started several years ago, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown, because of the all-out Russian invasion of Ukraine, the works were put on hold, but all the registers are already in place. We have already obtained all required documents, and as of this week, we embarked on the active phase of construction, and we will accelerate this process. Why is this border crossing point so important? There are several factors that come into play. We can see definitely the significance of this border crossing point. As Yurii mentioned, before the war, we had only 6 border crossing points, and there was only 1 pedestrian. Since the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, we opened all the border crossing points to facilitate border crossing. So the need was there even before the war, and the need is still there. We also know that airports and seaports are blocked. So if Europeans and people from all over the world want to come to Ukraine, they can use only ground border crossing points. 6 of them are located in Lviv region within the area of responsibility of Lviv Customs Office. We also want to build a modern European border crossing point that will be in line with the inclusion criteria. And children, moms with pushchairs and prams will be able to cross it easily. At this checkpoint, we want to have a ramp. We want to construct additional bathroom facilities, and we want to honor all inclusion requirements. The cultural issue is on top of the agenda as well, because we know that next year Ukraine will be hosting the Eurovision Song Contest 2023, and Lviv Customs will be a gateway for European and global fans. We will be the face of our country. We can see that we will be able to bring this project to fruition within 7 to 8 months and have that border crossing point open by the Eurovision Song Contest 2023. We have the successful experience of the Euro 2012 football championship and also the Pope's visit, so we are sure that we will succeed. Are there any questions from the audience? Marta Baidaka, Tvoje Misto. What about the cost of this project? Because we know that such initiatives are quite costly. Where are you going to get the money from? And when are you intending to complete the works? In 1 year or longer? This project will be funded as part of the intergovernmental agreement between Poland and Ukraine, and it will be funded at the expense of the Polish grant funds, 1.5 million euros. This is the cost, and the intention is to complete the works within 7 to 8 months. Any other questions? Perший Західний channel, you mentioned the topic of inclusion. Were you talking about the Rava-Ruska border crossing point? Exactly, that checkpoint will be in line with all the inclusion regulations and requirements. Another question, since the outbreak of the full-scale war, you said that all the border crossing points on the western border were able to let the people through by pedestrian avenues, right? Exactly, because in the first days of the war, we saw long lines of people at all border crossing checkpoints. And so the decision was made to let people cross all these checkpoints on foot. What about the current situation? Well, 4 out of 6, Kharkiv, Rava-Ruska, Serhii, and one more. And there's a question to Yurii, if he's still here. I have a question about the narrow gauge railroad. Can you expand on this issue? Is this railroad already being constructed, or it's only in the works? Well, we're not really talking only about a narrow gauge railroad. We're talking about the European gauge railroad. In my opening remarks, I mentioned that we have a narrow gauge railroad only to Mostyska 2. This railroad is functional. There are some trains running there. The next direction is Rava-Ruska. Right now, we are designing required documentation for the reconstruction of the railway station and the railroad. The total length is about 8 kilometers, to the best of my memory. Within 1 month, the cost estimate documentation will be prepared for the reconstruction of the railway station and the railroad, and I really hope that in 1 month we will be able to commence the works. Warsaw Rava-Ruska train used to run there, so this is the connection that we want to resume. The second direction is the Cherniev direction, Sambir district. In the past, there used to be a train running there, Przemyśl, Zahush, Cherniev. It reduces the distance for the Poles themselves, because they will not have to bypass about 6 kilometers. They will be able to pass the territory of Ukraine by transit. We don't really want to use this checkpoint only for transit. We want to have a full-fledged railway border crossing point there. What do we need to do to this end? We need to restore about 23 kilometers of the railroad, but we want to have the European gauge railroad there, 1435. So we have a railroad there from Cherniev to the border, but we want to extend the European gauge railroad to Cherniev, and potentially we can also have an extension to Sambir. The cost of this project is about 800 million hryvnias. We have already held multiple meetings in Poland, including with the Minister of Infrastructure of Poland. Next week, we will have another conference dedicated to the construction of railway border crossing points. The amount is hefty, especially under martial law, because right now we are investing billions of euros into weapons and armament. So hopefully with the financial support of our Polish counterparts and European partners, we will be able to extend this European gauge railroad at least to Cherniev. And then by dint of investors' funds, we can continue the works because we can have a transportation hub there. We will be able to load and unload grain, fuel, and petroleum products there. There is a multitude of investors that have an avid interest in this project, so they are ready to invest money in the construction of these transportation hubs. But everyone is waiting for our decision on the restoration of the railroad itself. So once we have the railroad there, we will be able to grow the infrastructure. Any other questions? Please go ahead, but speak into a microphone. Good morning, Lena Abramova, Ukrainian Media Center. You mentioned that to ensure our deeper integration into the EU, there's a need for a large number of border crossing points. Are you planning to construct some new border crossing points from ground zero after Rava-Ruska? And I have a question about inclusion. I understand that the Rava-Ruska border crossing point will have good infrastructure, but are you planning to make other border crossing points more inclusive as well in the future? In terms of reconstruction, together with the Lviv Customs Office, we planned the reconstruction of two border crossing points, Serhii and Krakovets. But during the wartime, we need to partially close them down. So if we close them down for reconstruction, it will not be really right, because we will not have good communication with Europe and the world, because basically the western section of the border is the only gateway that we have to Europe and the world, because there's no air service, there's no sea transportation. So unfortunately, we had to put this reconstruction project onto the back burner. But in my opening remarks, I mentioned that as part of the Great Construction program, we created and improved some border crossing points. Nežankovichi, the Poles are already constructing a border crossing point there, and we also want to have Belarus and Urich, two more border crossing points in Chervonohrad district. There was a question about the opening of new border crossing points. Maybe you have something to add there. And there was also a question about inclusion or inclusivity. Look here, we intend to reconstruct the existing border crossing points and construct some new ones as well. All the projects that will be launched will definitely incorporate some inclusion requirements, because we have European integration processes in the pipeline, and it's one of Europe's requirements, compliance with inclusion requirements. An intergovernmental working group was set up the day before yesterday, and once the government makes final decisions on the reconstruction or construction of border crossing points, I'm pretty much sure that all these initiatives will be translated into reality as soon as possible. So we are waiting for the decisions of our government. I have another question, if I may. What is the current state of play with the border crossings? What is the trend in comparison with February or early spring? In terms of humanitarian aid, there are several factors here. Humanitarian aid crosses the border without lines. We have special green corridors on both the Polish side and the Ukrainian side. Lviv customs officers and Lviv customs office are doing everything possible to make sure that humanitarian aid funnels into our country as soon as possible. In terms of fuel, this issue has already been reserved as well. Together with the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine and our Polish counterparts, we succeeded in organizing green corridors. Empty fuel tank vehicles go to Europe, and then on the way back, they cross the border into Ukraine based on an expedited procedure. As for cargo transportation and other things pertaining to economic recovery, we can see that the lines have reduced in the past several weeks, and these lines are more controllable right now. We reached some agreements with our Polish counterparts. We streamlined some of the procedures, so we are in constructive dialogue. And right now, we don't really have any major lines at border crossing points. Even if there are lines, they are controllable. Yurii, what is your take on the situation? I can add the following thing in terms of humanitarian cargoes. We can see that the volumes have dropped, which is natural. We cannot be dependent only on humanitarian aid. We need to reboot our economy. But you can still go to Europe and bring in humanitarian aid. The volume of humanitarian aid has plummeted, but we can see that there is an increasing number of requests for humanitarian aid delivery. We don't even have that much humanitarian aid as the number of requests for humanitarian aid delivery, hundreds per day, maybe even more. Everyone claims that they want to cross the border to pick up and bring in humanitarian aid, but we do not really see that humanitarian aid crossing the border. So the Shlach system, the way system, was created not for leisure, not for tourism, not for business trips, only for the delivery of humanitarian aid, humanitarian cargoes, and military supplies. We had Yurii Buchko, Deputy Head of Lviv Oblast Military Administration, and Daniil Menshykov, Acting Head of Lviv Customs Office, with us. Our next briefing will start at 11:30, and Ladies and gentlemen, day 99 of the Russian invasion and the ninth year of the Russian war against Ukraine. My name is Andrii, and on behalf of the Media Center Ukraine team, I would like to welcome all the journalists that are telling the entire world about our struggle for freedom. Our next guest is an MP, Yehor Cherniev. He's the head of the Parliament Delegation of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Yehor, the spring session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly has just finished. What are some of the important results and conclusions for Ukraine? First of all, I would like to point out that this assembly had to take place in Kyiv, but because of the war, that was not possible. Lithuania, our friendly country, assumed this responsibility, but Ukraine was the centerpiece of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Support for Ukraine, sanctions against the Russian Federation, political, economic, military. The final declaration that is adopted after each and every session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly was dedicated to Ukraine. The focus was on our further pathway towards NATO. It also incorporated the issues of sanctions against the Russian Federation. There were multiple calls upon NATO member states to be more stringent in their policies and to step up their support for Ukraine. If there are any questions from the audience, please articulate them. But what have you heard new about weapons for Ukraine? We had a number of bilateral meetings during this parliamentary assembly, in particular with Germany. And as you know, it's been taking Germany a long time, but hopefully once that horse has been harnessed, it will start riding quite fast. They are ready to provide us with howitzers. The decision has been made to provide Ukraine with some air defense systems. But the situation with tanks and MLRS is still challenging. We had to explain it in detail to our German counterparts why we are in need of MLRS and some other long-range systems. Because they say that we were able to stop the enemy with javelins on the outskirts of Kyiv, so why do we need something beyond javelin? So we had to substantiate it for them. We had to communicate that the tactics of the Russian Federation have changed. They are utilizing artillery systems in the first place right now, so we are in need of artillery systems and MLRS as well. Well, hopefully we communicated the message and the message hit home. We've had negotiations with other countries as well, and hopefully they will communicate it to the governments and parliaments of their countries that we are in need of heavy armament as soon as possible. Any questions from the audience? I would like to continue the topic of weapons. After the first Rammstein format meeting, we claimed that there was an inflection point in the attitude of the NATO member states towards this war. And as Minister of Defense, Mr. Reznikov said that it's not really about helping Ukraine repel attacks. It's more about helping Ukraine win this war. Do you feel this pivot in the attitudes? I can see a lot of unity around Ukraine. A lot of countries claim that Ukraine is capable of winning. Some countries state that Ukraine has to win this war, while other countries are more cautious. But almost everyone is talking about Ukraine's victory right now. After the first and the second Rammstein meetings, a watershed moment occurred, and it's just a matter of time when we receive all required weapons. I believe that all the partners have rallied behind Ukraine. Some sort of coalition is already there, but we can see some mouthpieces for the Kremlin being very vocal as well. For example, Mr. Kissinger, who started saying that let's save Mr. Putin's face and maybe Ukraine can cede part of a territory, or maybe Ukraine should sit down at the negotiating table, or some other statements along the same lines. But this is a marginal position based on what I've seen. I have not really heard from any governments or parliaments. Some countries are talking about diplomatic avenues for resolving this war, but we know that Russia never adheres to any of their agreements or commitments, so we have to win on the battlefield. We also had meetings with the US, and the representatives of both parties provided us with assurances that Mr. Kissinger's statements represented a marginal stance, and the US would no way pressure Ukraine to sit down at the negotiation table, and that the US would not really coax Ukraine into trading our territories. There's a question from the audience. Please go ahead. Good afternoon. I represent Media Center Ukraine. In your opinion, what can reinforce our rhetoric? I do understand that our voice has already been heard within the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, but is there anything that can be done to solidify our rhetoric and to make our voice even louder? You are right. We are heard indeed. There's enormous willingness to lend a helping hand to us, but there's another problem in place. It might sound strange, but we need to keep this interest in Ukraine. We've been living in tension for 3 straight months, and everyone is struggling right now, including our partners. So there's a risk of Ukraine vanishing off the first pages of media outlets. So we need to continue reminding them what is happening in Ukraine, what is happening on the front line, that we have an active phase of the war, that we are losing dozens and dozens of our people, both soldiers and civilians, that the Russian Federation is trying to capture scores of our cities and communities. So the best thing that we can do is keep reminding everyone that we are fighting here not only for Ukraine, but for the entire democratic world. If Putin had succeeded in occupying Ukraine within 3 days, that would have been a signal for China that this is something they can do to Taiwan, for example. And the same holds true of other authoritarian countries that would have launched some processes to divide the world or reallocate territories within the world. I can see that this understanding is present among the NATO member states, but we need to keep the level of interest. My last question is as follows. How has the NATO changed since February the 24th? I can see some drastic changes. In 2014, they woke up from this lethargic sleep. Back then, the NATO member states did not really have a good understanding of the situation. A lot of NATO member states reduced their defense budgets, and NATO was more of a bureaucratic entity, not a defense one. In 2014, they were shaken up just a little bit, and now I can see that they have completely transformed their strategy and concept. Before the war, they viewed Russia as a potential partner, but now we can see this is the #1 threat, this is the #1 enemy for them, and they continue making decisions on reinforcing their defense capacities at sea, in the air, on the ground. They are also ramping up their cyber capacities. There's talk about the need for solidifying their nuclear programs. So the NATO has woken up. They are strengthening their capacities and capabilities, and I really hope that they will be very stringent and adamant in their response as a result of this war against Ukraine. We had Yehor Cherniev with us, head of the permanent delegation of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We will have our next briefing at 1 Greetings. This is day 99 of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Among the issues of peace and war, we're also concerned about the situation on the border. We have Mr. Andrii Demchenko live with us. Greetings, colleagues. He's the press secretary of the State Border Service. Andrii, what is the latest news from the border? I would like to point out that the enemy, the Russian Federation, continues shelling the frontier areas along our border in Sumy and Cherniev regions. This is something that happened today in Sumy region, and unfortunately, there is damage and destruction to civilian infrastructure and casualties among civilians. The enemy is utilizing aviation assets, mortars, artillery systems. According to the local authorities, there are casualties among the peaceful population. We encourage people to be very cautious and vigilant. I would like to remind everyone of some of the restrictions that have been imposed on the frontier regions in Zhytomyr, Rivne, Kyiv, Sumy, and Chernihiv regions. These restrictions aim to reinforce some of our protection and defense measures, and they pertain to the movement of people. Just a reminder that any movement is prohibited within a distance of 1 kilometer to the border, apart from the settlements located there, and within a radius of 20 kilometers. There is a ban on any leisure activities, rest, fishing, hunting, apart from those activities that were endorsed with the State Border Service of Ukraine. As for the Ukraine-Belarus border, we have not really seen any major changes there. As we all know, the armed forces of the Republic of Belarus are reinforcing their border with Ukraine. They claim that reportedly they expect provocations from our side. They're also planning to conduct some military exercises, but this section of the border has been reinforced with the forces of the State Border Service and some other security services as well. So we're doing everything possible to solidify our border with both Belarus and Russia, not to let any further provocations or any potential new assaults from those directions. I would like to add that on the territory of the Russian Federation, in the vicinity of Sumy and Chernihiv regions, we can still observe the concentration of Russian forces, but it's not really the same volume like before, and we cannot really see any major buildup of Russian forces there to expect a potential new assault from that direction. The enemy continues shelling, the enemy continues air barrage to keep some of our forces along the border in the north and to distract our forces from Kharkiv region or Donetsk and Luhansk regions. For the time being, we're not really observing any changes along our border with Moldova and Transnistria, but that said, we continue collecting intelligence that might be important for tracking down the situation along the Ukraine-Transnistria border. I would like to note that the head of the State Border Service visited those sections of the border to check on the situation, to personally converse with the border guards, with the representatives of the National Guard and Ukraine's armed forces. His intention was to verify the conditions that our men and women were fighting in, and he also wanted to check on the level of supplies and provision. Andrii, we have some questions from the audience. Can you speak into the microphone, please? Good afternoon, Maleva TV. I have the following question. What about the situation on the Izum axis? From the messages, we know that the situation is quite dire, but what is the current state of play there? What can you disclose? I would like to point out that the forces of the State Border Service of Ukraine are acting as part of the overall strategy of the General Staff of Ukraine's Armed Forces of Ukraine. Our units are deployed in multiple regions on multiple axes, but I guess that you can receive more updates from the experts and representatives of the General Staff of Ukraine Armed Forces. We have one more question. Andrii Shevchenko, Media Center, Ukraine. I would like to revert to the situation near the northern border and to the shellings and air barrage in Sumy and Cherniev regions. Can you explain the nature of what is happening there? Should we view it as one-off or sporadic provocations, or it's just an attempt to distract us from other sections of the border, or maybe it's a signal that Russia is preparing for a more powerful maneuver or operation? I would like to reiterate that we do not really see the required buildup of Russian forces near the northern border for them to attempt another assault from that direction. That said, we should be on alert at all times. We need to be ready for continued shelling and air barrage. By dint of these actions, the enemy continues devastating our infrastructure, both military and civilian. There's a lot of damage and destruction to the homes of civilians. For Ukraine to retain required forces near that section of the border, the enemy continues shelling. The enemy is being very insolent and insidious. We should not forget that the adversary will try to continue amassing their forces, both personnel and military equipment. I also want to note that they are building engineering fortifications in the vicinity of the border. Maybe this way they want to dig in and reinforce their defense positions there, because there have been accusations against Ukraine that ostensibly Ukraine intends to attack the territory of the Russian Federation. Any other questions? Another question from me, if I may. Malva TV, once again, I'm not really sure whether you can disclose that much, but what about the current situation with the people crossing the border or even the line of contact in certain areas? I know that at the outset of the hostilities, there was no talk about that, but some buses would cross the border or the line of contact from Kharkiv and Kharkiv region to the Russian Federation. What about the situation now? What about the transfer of people between Ukraine and the Russian Federation? Because basically the border has shifted a little bit, and it's hard to say where we have the border and where we have this new line of contact. I would like to remind everyone that all the border crossing points along the border with Belarus and the Russian Federation, as well as with Moldova and Transnistria, have been closed in the midst of the hostilities. Unfortunately, many people had to leave in the direction of Belarus and the Russian Federation. This way, they were just fleeing for their lives. They realized that it was not possible for them to safely cross the line of contact with active military action. Therefore, they left their homes, and some of them crossed the border into Belarus or the Russian Federation. We also know from human rights activists that the Russian Federation was forcing people to move or relocate to the Russian Federation. And even though the border crossing points are closed, in Sumy region, we still document cases of people coming back from the Russian Federation. They do that via border crossing points, and we definitely let Ukrainian citizens into the country because basically they're coming back home. Are there any other questions from the audience? If not, then we will call it a day for now. Well, I guess my last question, if I may, what about the combat spirit and the morale of our border guards? Since day one of the war, all border guards have been ready and determined to defend their soil. No one is giving up without a good fight. We definitely have all our heroes, especially the perished ones, etched in our memories. I would like to commemorate Mr. Yehor Dashko. He basically blew himself up to save multiple other human lives. So I would like to assure you that all our people are ready to fight until their last breath. We are defending our country, we are defending our soil. This is our motherland, and we will not give away a single inch of our land. Thank you very much. We had Mr. Andrii Demchenko, Press Secretary of the State Border Service, live with us. Stay with us. Keep your fingers on the pulse. Glory to Ukraine. Good afternoon. This is day 99 of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. Right now, we're going to talk about investments with Serhii Tsivkach, Executive Director of UkraineInvest, Government Investment Promotion Office. Good afternoon, Serhii. Good afternoon. Greetings. Mr. Tsivkach, my first question is quite paradoxical. What is UkraineInvest doing during the wartime when the investment climate is not very conducive right now? Well, you know, we have even more work now than before the war. Right now, we are engaged in helping those investors that are still operating in Ukraine. We want to make sure that their companies can continue operations business as usual. We support them with permitting documents when necessary, with logistics, with business relocation if needed. And in parallel, we are doing a lot of analytics. We are assessing the current developments in Ukraine. We are trying to understand how this illegal and unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine impacts not only Ukraine, but also the entire region and global markets. And by dint of this analysis, we plan our work, when to engage investors, where to do it, in which sectors. On the one hand, we are supporting businesses, both domestic and international, but on the flip side of things, we are also planning investment recruitment in the near future. What should be done so that Ukraine will become more investment appealing despite the war? First and foremost, we need to bring this war to a halt. This should be our #1 priority. And while we are inching towards our victory, while we are approaching this historic point in the fate of our country, we need to continue our work on the regulatory policy, on investment incentives, how to support businesses, and the government has been doing a lot in this regard. We can see loans at a 0 interest rate. We can see reduced tax load on individuals and business entities. Upwards of 6,000 companies have already taken out these loans at a 0 interest rate. It's a good signal for foreign investors. Why? Because they can see that the government is taking good care of business even during wartime. Not only are we thinking about the development of territories and communities, but we are also facilitating economic development. We can see growing interest on the part of investors. And I would like to mention that in the near future, one company will launch a major investment project in Ukraine. This company was one of the first ones to have left the market of the Russian Federation because of their militaristic policy and illegal actions against Ukraine. And now this company will commence its operations in Ukraine. We are also tracking down the situation in Russia in terms of their investment climate and investment market. And we can see that over 1,000 companies have already stated that they will terminate their activities either partially or fully. We are particularly interested in 370 some companies that announced their exit from Russia, and 171 companies that announced that they will put their investment plans on hold, because we believe that these companies can potentially launch their operations in Ukraine. We are in contact with each and every company from this list. We are discussing those incentives that they might be interested in, where they would like to receive land plots, which conditions and terms our government should offer to them, so that they will be motivated to launch their operations either during the war or right after the war is over. So let me reiterate that some of the investment projects are already being launched, even despite the military action. And right after the war, the number of such projects will definitely mount. Any questions from the audience? I have one as well. The Davos World Economic Forum is already in the books, and the Ukrainian delegation there communicated with the international business on their engagement in the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. Do you think that it's a real prospect? 100%, and this is something that I referenced in my opening remarks. Companies are interested in investing. They already have these plans, and that will definitely happen. Before the outbreak of the war, UkraineInvest supported 28 projects under the law on investment nannies. Well, the full title of this law is the state support for major investment projects. So on a daily basis, we are in communication with these companies, and as of today, upwards of 80% of these projects intend to resume their investment projects in Ukraine right after the end of the war. As regards big companies, I believe that there is a significant space for cooperation with Ukraine in the twinning format. What is a twinning format? It's a partnership program for the sake of a single goal. We know that several countries have already articulated their willingness to invest in the recovery of specific regions. For example, Great Britain is ready to invest in the recovery of Kyiv region. Denmark is ready to invest in the recovery of Mykolaiv region. We also know that one of the US states, the state of Mississippi, has announced that they will become a twin region for Khmelnytsky region. This is unprecedented in the history of the United States of America. This is something that never happened before. And the same holds true of large international companies. They are capable of investing in specific economic sectors. They can also cooperate with specific companies or regions of Ukraine for the purpose of reconstructing territories, recovering businesses, but they can also do that for the sake of making money together, because Ukraine has always been and will always be a jurisdiction where companies have congenial conditions for making money. We have 20 out of 30 critical minerals that are used in modern technologies. We all know that our agricultural sector has to shift from raw materials to added value production. We will be in need of technologies, and those international companies that enter our agribusiness will be positioned to take advantage of that. After the war, assets will be quite inexpensive, especially right after the end of the war. So this is an opportune time for investments in Ukraine. You were talking about agribusiness or agricultural processing alone. Ukraine will be able to receive equipment amounting to 20 billion USD until 2025, and we will have sufficient raw materials to produce end products to be consumed by Europeans, Americans, the British, and all our other international partners that have an avid interest in cooperation with us and in helping Ukraine develop and transition to a completely new level. This is of the utmost importance. We have to rebuild Ukraine. We call it Ukraine 2.0. This is the way we dub it within UkraineInvest. So it's all about new, technological, successful, trendy Ukraine, a Ukraine that countries will feel privileged to work with. All this will definitely come to fruition right after the end of the war. Any questions from the audience, please? Can we view the future reconstruction of Ukraine as an investment opportunity for Western companies? We already hear that European Union and some other partners of ours are ready to invest hefty amounts in the recovery of Ukraine. Is the government planning to create some special conditions or be very targeted in engaging private investors in the reconstruction of Ukraine? The engagement of the private sector in the reconstruction of our country will be an important element indeed. I don't really think that we need to offer some sort of special conditions and terms for specific companies. We just need to craft congenial conditions for all investors operating in Ukraine, both domestic and international. At the same time, it's very difficult for us to secure a competitive environment, favorable conditions for each and every business, for their investment activities, continued simplification of procedures. We need to facilitate and streamline cooperation with Oblenergo, because we cannot really make companies wait for years to be connected to electric grids. The same holds true of land plots, you name it. It's an important issue indeed, and we will definitely attend to it as soon as possible, because we need to catch the moment and take advantage of emotional investments. What do I mean by emotional investments? As I have already mentioned, Ukraine is very popular right now. It's trendy. Globally, unfortunately, not because of the good reasons, but we have what we have. And this is something that we should take advantage of and tap into for the sake of our economic development. There will be no restrictions on the number of companies that we are ready to engage, but we need to brace ourselves for these projects, programs, and initiatives. Some investment incentives are already incorporated in our legislative framework, but they need to be refined, and we need to also devise insurance programs for investments, insurance during the wartime and in the post-war period. This is something that we need to do together with the government and private investors. We also need to give thought to access to cheap funding and mixed funding opportunities. What exactly am I talking about? We can see funds coming into our country from both governments and donors, but when we're talking about the implementation of specific projects, especially in the sector of production, there are great opportunities for merging sources of funding. For example, donor funds, governmental money, both domestic and international. So this is something that we can mix with the private funds to secure the stability and sustainability of projects. We just need to launch some initial investment projects, and then we will have a long line of investors ready to operate in Ukraine. What matters to investors? Trust and conducive environment. Investors need to understand that by investing in a specific project, they will receive profits, and they will have a return on their investments with some interest. There's a lot of trust in Ukraine and Ukrainian people. Ukrainians have proven that they are capable of defending their soil and thus defending their businesses. And this is something that we can see in the position of the Ukrainian government, parliament, and the president of Ukraine. They have demonstrated that in dire times, they did not flee the country. They continue protecting Ukraine. Ukrainians defended their homes. Ukraine's armed forces are defending the entire territory of Ukraine. And it's a significant factor indeed, because this behavior has enhanced the level of trust in Ukraine. And now we need to combine it with practical investment mechanisms. I would like to revert to the issue of Russia to explain the loss of credibility and the loss of trust. We can see that the level of FDI in Russia has decreased by 95.8%. I'm not really sure about the 4.2% that stayed in Russia. Most likely, these are Russian companies that invest via international jurisdictions. But we can also see that the trust in them will not be restored for years and years to come. That will definitely not happen within the next generation. Gazprom has exited the London Stock Exchange, so their shares will not be traded on international markets. It's an example of how you can lose trust and credibility for a long time. We are in a completely opposite situation. We do have some challenges related to the raging war, but we are trying to fine-tune some mechanisms and procedures, but the trust that we have gained right now will allow us to develop our country very quickly like never before. Serhii, thank you very much for the positive news and for your positive perspective on the issue of investments. Thank you very much. I would like to remind everyone that we had Mr. Serhii Tsivkach, Executive Director of UkraineInvest, Government Investment Promotion Office with us. Thank you.